Hello, and welcome back to my slow English podcast. I recorded and edited a lot of videos this year. Each of them, I think, better than the last. And I wanted to show you guys what my favorite lessons this year were. My favorite kind of videos to make are my slow English vlogs. They are the most difficult to make. The recording, the editing, but I still love them the most. I love them because I put so much effort and love into making them. Before I show you what my favorite videos of this year were, comment what your favorite type of videos are from me, so I can focus on making more of those types of videos for you next year. We have my normal slow English chats, my slow interviews, my vlogs, affirmations, or maybe ASMR. Today, I want to introduce myself to you. I am Tiana. My full name is Tiana Ortiz. My first name is Tiana. And my last name is Ortiz. I am 21 years old. Actually, okay, before we continue, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. Every December, I sit down with my journal, and every year I write down the same sentence. Practice speaking every day. And every year I forget about it the next day. But this year, something new happened. I discovered Learna AI. With Learna AI, you can practice speaking English any time. Morning, night, when you're waiting for the bus, even when you can't fall asleep. You speak to an AI assistant and it answers just like a real conversation.
Hey, Tiana. How's your day going so far? Anything interesting happening?
No, not much. I've just been walking around all day. My legs feel so sore.
Walking a lot can definitely make your legs tired. I remember once I walked for hours in a big city and my feet were so sore. Let's dive into today's topic. Let's begin with a simple greeting. Hello. Can you think of another greeting word in English?
Hi there.
Great. Hi is another common and friendly greeting. How would you greet someone in the morning?
Mm, good morning?
Exactly. Good morning is the perfect way to greet someone in the morning. Now, how about greeting someone in the afternoon?
Can I say good afternoon?
Yes, you got it.
Slow, patient, and clear. Just like the way I like to teach. And the best part, you get corrections, pronunciation help, and real practice without feeling shy or nervous. So, if one of your goals for the new year is to practice speaking more, this might just be exactly what you need to keep that promise to yourself. Start using Learna AI today and get an 80% discount with my code HONEY80. 80% off to try to start learning English and practicing speaking. Happy holidays. I will be 22 years old next week. My birthday is November 22nd. So I will be turning 22 on November 22nd. On November 22nd, I will be turning 22 years old. And in the United States, that is called your golden birthday. For example, if you were born on January 4th and you turn 4 years old, then that's your golden birthday. Tell me, when is your golden birthday? Did your golden birthday already pass or not yet? I am from the United States, Nebraska. I was born in Nebraska, USA. I grew up in Nebraska, USA. My mom is from the United States. My dad is from Mexico. That's why I look kind of mixed, like a cappuccino. When I was 8 years old, my dad was deported back to Mexico. So we all moved to Mexico to live. It was a big change. Everything changed. but Mexico has beautiful people, and I have a beautiful family. And you? Where are you from? Where did you grow up? I studied elementary school, middle school, and high school in Mexico. But I did not study at university. Did you study at university? What did you study? After high school, I began to work to make money. I worked as an English teacher online. That was my job. I work at my job. I worked as an English teacher. I worked at Craving English, Preply, Open English, and Outschool. I had so many jobs. I love working as an English teacher. It is a really fun job. I talk to interesting people. I help them learn and understand English, and they practice English with me. I love teaching. What is your job? What do you do for work? Remember, job is a noun. Work is a verb. I speak English and Spanish. I am learning Chinese. I love Chinese. What language do you speak? I like to walk around the city and listen to music in my headphones and look at little shops. I love little markets or shops. It's my favorite activity to do. I also love traveling, and I love learning. What do you like to do? My favorite food is Japanese food. I love fish, and Japanese food has fish in almost every dish. Today, I'm going to talk about my trip to New York, the whole entire story. From the moment I arrived at the airport to my home in Nebraska, to New York, and back in Mexico City. First, in the morning, my family and I woke up at around 4 a.m. super early because my dad had to drive us to the airport and then go to his work. So my mom, my sister, my brother, and I woke up, got our bags, and head to the airport in Mexico City. Once we arrived at the airport, we had to find our airline. Our airline was United or Aeromexico. So we found our airline, we checked in, we checked a bag, and we went through security check. The security check this time was so chill. The security guards were super friendly and not intense or angry at all. So it was a good start to a good trip. Then, once we were past security, we had to walk through the duty-free section. The section where everything is duty-free. And we were so hungry. We hadn't eaten anything since the night before. So we all made a unanimous decision to get breakfast at Carl's Jr. And it was so yummy. I had the deluxe meal that has pancakes, bacon, tater tots, and a piece of toast. My brother and my sister got the breakfast burrito, and my mom got the breakfast burger. We had plenty of time to find our gate. So we were in no rush. We were in no hurry. We took our first flight in Dallas. That was our first layover. And then our second flight to Omaha, Nebraska. And that's where my aunt picked us up in her car and drove us to her home. I saw the big roads right away. The roads in the United States always surprise me. They're so big. They're unnecessarily big, with almost no cars, just roads. I can't imagine walking somewhere in the United States. Right away, my aunt took us all to eat ice cream. We got the biggest ice cream cones I've ever seen. You can't even imagine. unnecessarily big. But they were very friendly at the ice cream shop, and it was a very delicious ice cream. We relaxed at my aunt's house for a few days, and we ate some delicious fresh vegetables from my aunt's garden. And after a few days, we went to my cousin's graduation. He is 19, graduating from high school. My aunt, my cousin's mom, made a huge celebration. She went all out on this graduation party. She had an ice cream machine, unlimited ice cream. She had a candy table. She had hot dogs, hamburgers, nachos, and lots of fun games like Jenga or tic-tac-toe. The graduation party was really fun. And for the next few days, we hung out at my aunt's house. My aunt's house is in the same city where me and my family used to live. We all used to live in Sioux City. And it brought back so many nostalgic feelings, so many warm memories. I walked around the streets in Sioux City with my sister, and we saw all of the old houses that we used to see every day on our way to our cousin's house, or just going for walks every day when we were little. There's nothing like that nostalgic feeling of being in your childhood home or childhood city. What place brings back nostalgic feelings for you? What things bring back nostalgic feelings? For me, it's all of the green trees and the big houses and even the big roads. What brings those feelings for you? We saw a house with cute little mushrooms and a tree that had a hole cut through the middle for the cable lines going through the tree. It was funny to see. Instead of chopping down the whole tree, they just cut around so the cable could go through it. And one day before heading to my grandma and grandpa's farm, we decided to go to the gym with my cousin. It was so nice because we got a hydro massage after, a very relaxing massage. The next day, my aunt drove us to my grandma and grandpa's farm. I got to see all of the huge landscapes of fields and fields of grass, fields and fields of corn, and fields of just lots of vegetation, the huge windmills, and arriving at my grandma and grandpa's farmhouse brought back so many warm and nostalgic feelings. The piano that I used to play when I was little, even though I didn't know how to play the piano, the screen door to keep bugs out of the house, the living room, the photos, the farm, so many wonderful memories. I feel so lucky to have had such a beautiful childhood. Can you think of one heartwarming story from your childhood? One person, thing, place, or story that you feel grateful for having as a kid? I went outside with my grandpa to see his vegetables, like his rhubarb, his tomatoes, his potatoes, and more. He's very proud of his garden, and I felt very proud of his garden too. We hung out in the living room for a little while and played with our cousins and grandparents, and it was a wonderful day, full of remembering happy days from the past. The next day, we had to go to get my driver's license, so we drove my grandma and grandpa's car all the way to the DMV, the place where you renew or get your driver's license. It was really funny because the car was all torn apart everywhere for some weird reason. I don't even know how it could have gotten torn up on the ceiling. It's an old car, definitely, but it was a funny memory. We arrived back at the farmhouse, and my brother mowed the lawn. I relaxed under the trees. I like looking at the view from underneath the trees. And I chatted with my grandma and grandpa. It's always so nice to see the hogs, the chickens, and the cows at my grandma and grandpa's farm. The next day, we had to head back to Nebraska and take our flight to New York City. The view from our first flight was so beautiful. A huge river winding around the city. But the view of New York City when we were flying in was even more impressive to see. Buildings and lights everywhere. Even the taxi drive to our hostel was so impressive to see all of the lights, the buildings, the cars, the people, and our taxi driver drove us through Times Square, which was really nice of him to do. And that was crazy to see. It felt like I was in a movie because I feel like every movie is filmed or based in New York. We arrived pretty late in New York City, so the first thing we did was head to bed. I passed out. We were all so sleepy, but the next day we all woke up early to walk around the city. We saw gift shops, construction sites, the Rockefeller Center, buildings and more buildings. It was sprinkling on our first day, just a little bit of rain. And for me, that was perfect. That way, we could walk all around the city without feeling hot. We ordered at a food stand in the streets. I ordered a chicken kebab because I love kebabs, and it was pretty decent. But it was $20. Now, I don't know if I was scammed because I looked like a tourist, but to me, that was crazy expensive. I still sat down at Central Park and enjoyed my kebab, my $20 kebab. We saw some street performers, but they didn't really do anything that impressive. It was pretty average. I think they are just good at scamming people, getting you to pay attention to the show so that behind you they can take your wallets and your phones. So be careful. Be aware in big cities. Is there a big city in your home country where you need to be aware of your surroundings and careful with your things? Later that evening, we ate some chicken strips and French fries at Cane's. It's the first time that I've ever been to Cane's. It was pretty good. Then, for desserts, we had to get a crumble cookie. I've been obsessed with trying crumble cookies since the first time I saw a video of somebody eating one. I've been dreaming of this moment for so long because in Mexico, there's no crumble cookie. We tried a snickerdoodle cookie, and it was everything I expected and more. I definitely love cookies, specifically doughy cookies. So maybe I'm being biased because of that. But in my opinion, they're the best. Have you ever tried a crumble cookie? If not, would you like to? The next day, we woke up, got some smoothies and some ginger shots, and we took the subway to see the Statue of Liberty. And like I said before, it felt like I was in a movie. Eating a salted pretzel in New York was a dream. And then for dinner, we had the best pizza ever at a place called Joe's Pizza. Later that evening, we walked to Times Square and we were able to see everything completely by ourselves. The next morning, we got breakfast and I ate an avocado toast. And we went to see the Harry Potter shop. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Harry Potter, but my brother and my mom are. So, of course, I had to go and send them some pictures and buy them some souvenirs. I got my brother a Harry Potter wand, and I got my mom a Gryffindor mug. We walked to see the Empire State, and we got some Chinese food to eat and chill at a really pretty spot. And that was our last day in New York City. The next morning, we took the train to the JFK airport. We ate our leftover Chipotle while waiting for our plane to board. I always prefer to be early to my flights. So I'm always just chilling, eating a snack, and waiting for my flight to board. We put on our hats and we boarded the plane. The takeoff was just as beautiful as the landing. Taking off from New York City in the daylight was so beautiful. It's probably one of my favorite cities to see from the sky. Then we arrived back in Mexico City, a beautiful sight to land with beautiful lights and buildings, and my family, of course. I got to see my mom and dad's new dogs, Pablo and Güera. They're so cute. And it was really nice to be home. Today, I want to talk about essential idioms and phrases in English. The first idiom is to get a big head. Sometimes I don't give compliments to my sister because if I told her every day, she would get a big head. Her ego would be too big. Some people I see here surfing or skating are really good at it, but I see their attitude and the way they speak to other people, and they definitely have a big head, a big ego. They act like they're better than everyone else. I sometimes get a big head. Only when I read my comments on YouTube. All of the beautiful comments boost my ego. And sometimes I get a big head. But I try not to get a big head. And I'm just happy that my followers enjoy my videos. You have to be careful with idioms because you can't just translate from your language to English. It won't make any sense. For example, to get a big head. You can't say that in Spanish. It doesn't make any sense. What's the version of getting a big head in your language? How would you translate it? Another common idiom is cold feet. Just like that. Cold feet. If you get cold feet, you get nervous about something before it happens. For example, if you have an important job interview or maybe a presentation, you might get cold feet and not go because you're too nervous. The other day, I was at the beach and the waves were massive. You could hear them crashing onto the shore. I was with my friend and we decided to go in anyways. Even though we were nervous, we still went in. But then, as soon as I got in the ocean, I remembered a scary experience in the ocean, and I got cold feet. I decided not to go in. I was too nervous. My friend said, "Oh no, you got cold feet?" And I said, "Yeah, it's too scary." Have you ever gotten cold feet before doing something scary or important? Another common idiom is to throw someone under the bus. It's a crazy idiom, but when you throw someone under the bus, you basically blame them or betray them. You do it to save yourself only. I have thrown people under the bus before, but I've also been thrown under the bus myself. I was thrown under the bus by my sister once. One time, we were watching TV together in the basement when I said, I could really go for a big bag of Cheetos and a big tub of ice cream. Not just any ice cream, but cookies and cream ice cream. And we have one in the freezer downstairs. My sister smiled mischievously and said, "Me too." So we both went downstairs to the kitchen and we ate the whole bag of Cheetos and ice cream. When my mom got back home, she asked, "Who ate the Cheetos and the big tub of cookies and cream ice cream?" My sister threw me under the bus and said, "Tiana did it." Then I said, "No, she did it." And we just went back and forth, throwing each other under the bus mutually. After that, I assume my mom knew it was both of us, and she punished both of us. Our punishment was that we couldn't watch TV in the basement for 2 weeks, which I think is a fair punishment. Have you ever been thrown under the bus by a friend or a sibling or a cousin? Tell me what happened. What did you do? Or what did you not do? Another common idiom is to blow off steam. Blow off steam. To blow off steam is to do something that releases stress or tension, that gets rid of stress and relaxes you. This one really resonates with me because I find myself constantly blowing off steam. I can go 2 days maximum without running. I need to run to blow off steam. I need to meditate or do yoga or even just journal to blow off steam. It's so important because I get so frustrated easily and I take it out on everyone around me, and that's not fair. So, in order to not take it out on my friends or family, I prevent it by blowing off steam every day. How often do you blow off steam? And how? Do you run, box, draw, meditate, clean? Another idiom that I love is to pull it off. To pull something off means to succeed at something. To succeed at something that was difficult or maybe surprising to you. Like this one time, I had an online lesson and I had a super bad Wi-Fi connection. My camera kept on freezing. My slides weren't working. My microphone was crackling. But somehow I pulled it off. At the end of my lesson, my student told me she loved the lesson, but sometimes, even if it's difficult or messy, you can still pull it off. Another thing that I thought I wouldn't be able to pull off was a shaved head. But 3 years ago, I shaved all of my hair off, and I actually pulled it off. It looked really nice on me. What's a look that you think you can pull off? Have you ever pulled something off when you didn't think you could do it? And our last one for today, on the same page. If you're on the same page with someone, it means you both understand each other. You both agree on something. This happens a lot in different relationships. If you're not on the same page with someone, it can cause conflict or problems. My sister and I, for example, are always on the same page. We both love going to Walmart, watching movies, and eating grapes. We also love traveling, exercising, and eating healthy. So when we travel together, it's so easy. We are always on the same page. Who are you always on the same page with? Today, I want to tell you about my trip to the elephant sanctuary in Chiang Mai, Thailand, all in slow English with intermediate level vocabulary. Repeat any new words or phrases that you hear and comment an example sentence with that word or phrase. I have always dreamed of traveling to Thailand someday to see the elephants ever since I was a little girl. I have loved elephants, elephant stuffed animals, elephant drawings, elephant shower curtains. I absolutely adored elephants. Then, when I grew up and I realized you could see elephants, hang out with elephants, and feed them in Thailand, I dreamed of meeting one. I dreamed of interacting close up with an elephant. Elephant sanctuaries are facilities that provide elephants with a safe and natural environment for them to stay. These facilities rescue elephants from being exploited. Exploited by situations like tourism, entertainment, and logging. And by visiting these elephant sanctuaries, you can support these organizations and help these elephants to live a better and happier life. So, A couple years ago, I visited Thailand for the first time, and I intended on visiting an elephant sanctuary where I could see one close up and maybe even interact with one. But that last year, I never got around to it. I never got around to doing it. But this year, I had planned to visit Thailand with my sister, and I knew for sure I had to visit an elephant sanctuary this time. I had to interact with an elephant close up this time. Is there any animal that you've always dreamed of seeing? So I booked my trip to Chai Lai Orchid. The ride from Chiang Mai to Chai Lai Orchid was rough, to say the least. It was super bumpy, and the roads were super windy. Lots of winding and bumpy roads. It made me feel a little bit dizzy. But we eventually made it to our bungalow. A super sweet bungalow where you could see the garden from the balcony. And it had the cutest little window where you could see the elephants from. We just dropped our things off at our bungalow, and we took the shuttle up to the cafe. The restaurant at Chai Lai Orchid was so lovely, full of plants in the middle of a garden, and where you could eat with elephants right next to you. There was the mama elephant called Motsepo.
Mama name Mojepo.
Motsepo. She was very imposing. She had an impressive way of standing out from all the other elephants. Even the very big elephants didn't stand out as much as she did. She was so strong and imposing, impressive and admirable. Then there was her first calf called Mobile. And then there was a baby calf called Deisha. You could feed the elephants bananas, but they were all super greedy. The big mama especially was so greedy. She would eat all the bananas, and she wouldn't even leave any for her babies. Motsepo and Moble wouldn't leave any bananas for poor little baby Desha. He was so sad, you could tell. Everyone would try to feed baby Desha, but Moble and Motsepo were so greedy. It was a wonderful first day at the elephant sanctuary. My sister and I ate some pad thai and drank some cute drinks, and then we head back to our bungalow to get some rest before our big day with the elephants. The next morning, we woke up at 7 a.m. We woke up with elephants at our door. 3 huge elephants cruised past our window. They passed by our window and said hello. And then he started to scratch himself with the tree. It was so sweet seeing his huge body scratching against a small tree. I think he was itchy because he also scratched his feet. And we got to feed them a sweet treat, bamboo. Elephants' stomachs are infinite. They could eat all day long. They just never seem to get full. And I get it too. They are huge. And they eat nothing but plants. So they must be hungry all the time. Do you know anyone who is hungry all the time? We ate breakfast on the balcony, pancakes and sticky rice, and then we took the shuttle to reception. We had an elephant tour scheduled, and our tour guide took us to the grounds where they take care of the elephants. He explained that elephants eat all day. They spend nearly 80% of their day eating. We saw how they ate the leaves, the bamboo, and the tree barks. How they peeled off all the rusty leaves to get to eat the good stuff inside. They wouldn't stop flapping their ears. Elephants flap their ears when they are happy. And these elephants were very happy. It was so compelling to see how their trunks are so strong, flexible, and incredibly sensitive. Their noses are super sensitive. They have 10 times more nerve endings than a human finger. They can feel a lot on their noses. Our tour guide also explained the type of foods they use as medicine. We mixed all the ingredients into one bowl and we mashed it all up. Then we fed them these little yummy balls of nutrition. Then for dessert, they got to eat bamboo and we got to feed them. I loved feeding the elephants, but I think my favorite part was looking into their eyes. Their eyes were so complex. The wrinkles around their eyes were so beautiful and detailed. It was my favorite part of interacting with the elephants. What animal do you think has the most complex eyes? And tell me why in the comments. And don't forget to like this video so I can make more videos like these. The elephant keepers were so playful with the elephants. You can tell this is an organization that really cares about the elephants and the workers. It's a very heartwarming thing to see how happy the elephants were and how happy the workers were to be with the elephants. Everyone was incredibly kind during my whole stay. Like here, this is temu. It means watermelon. So cute, I know. And he was like a watermelon. So sweet. He was always trying to steal the bamboo from anyone who had or maybe looked like they had bamboo. He also loved eating oranges and corn. Finally, we bathed and swam with the elephants in the river. This interaction was super close up with the elephants. And it was probably my favorite interaction with them. But it was even more touching to see the elephants playing on their own in the river, just enjoying their bath time, unbothered by any humans, just being happy elephants together. This was an unforgettable experience that I will cherish in my heart forever. 2025 is coming to an end so soon. This year went by so fast. Would you agree? Let's review the year of 2025. 2025. And what better time to reflect on the year than at the beginning of the last month of the year. Join me in reflecting on the ups and downs, the highs and lows of the year. This year was full of new experiences, good and bad, achievements and regrets, moments of joy and moments of learning. I think what I am most proud of from this year was deciding to create my TikTok channel, making the decision to record myself one day and speak slowly, and then to see the reaction of all the people who loved my video. It was a pivotal moment in my life, a life-changing moment to then create my YouTube channel shortly after, onto creating an English community with people from all around the world learning English. This year has been crazy. So many ups and downs, but learning from both the achievements and the failures, finding the beauty in every moment, because that's what life is. It can't all be good, but that's what makes those good moments so special. That's what keeps us positive and grateful, knowing that even in the worst moments, there will always be better moments. Tell me, what are you the most grateful for from this year? What is the best thing you achieved this year? Personally, professionally, spiritually, mentally, physically, or anything that made you feel amazing. Now, it's hard to define what achievement is. Achievement can look very different for everyone. What's achievement to you could be failure to someone else. Whatever is a failure to you could be an achievement for someone else. For instance, if I was doing a presentation in front of a group of people and I stuttered a lot and I was nervous and maybe I forgot a few topics I was going to talk about. But to me, that's still a huge success. It's a huge achievement because I was able to speak in public. And I never thought I would get over my fear of public speaking. Now, for someone else, the presentation went wrong. They messed up and stuttered. They might consider it a failure. But now, let's think. Who is going to be able to see the positives, the bright side to everything that happens to them? Well, I am, because I can see it as an achievement, not a failure. I think it's important to notice your small achievements. Give yourself credit. El que busca encuentra. If you look for something, you'll find it. So look for small achievements throughout the day. Give yourself credit for all those little things that go unnoticed. Notice them. Don't let them go unnoticed. What's a small achievement you had today? Now, regrets from this year to why did I do that? Regret. Let me say, I hate regretting. Ever since I was a little girl, I have always hated regretting. I have always said, I don't regret anything because everything, absolutely everything, happens for a reason. Everything that you've done wrong, right, even the worst of decisions, the worst of situations, made you the person that you are today. And you wouldn't be the person you are if it wasn't for those mistakes. No matter what it is. When I was younger and I would get in trouble with my parents or my teachers, I would never regret it, but I would learn from it. Just like right now, I had to do this to be the person I am today. All the mistakes, all the disregard, maybe things that made the people I love feel sad. Regretting it only makes it worse. So yes, I do learn from my mistakes, but I don't regret them. I am the perfect version of myself today. And we are all the perfect versions of ourselves right now. Next year, I will grow and change, and I will probably make more mistakes. But I will continue to be the perfect version of myself. I say perfect because we are all exactly where we need to be. We are exactly who we need to be right now. Everything will come and go as it should. And all we can do is flow with it and enjoy every moment we can. So, like I said, I have no regrets from this year. Everything that must happen will happen. What's your take on regrets? Do you agree or disagree with me? Tell me why. I would love to hear your take on this. This year was full of feelings. Feelings like happiness, excitement, fear, hope, love. I started my year with a breakup. I had to cancel my trip to New Zealand. Then I started my slow English podcast, going viral on TikTok and creating my YouTube channel. Then I traveled to Brazil for Carnival. Then I lived at the beach in Mexico for a while. I had my dream trip with my sister, traveling to China, Japan, and Thailand. And now I'm back for the holidays. Christmas, New Year's, Three Kings, and I will be close to my family for these special moments. I have great expectations and big dreams for next year. What were some of the feelings you had this year? What were some experiences you had this year? Now, even though New Year's is right around the corner, I've gotta say, I've never been a big fan of New Year's. I've never been a fan of the saying, New Year, New Me. It seems so unnecessary, especially during the winter. Like the absolute worst time of the year to start fresh. It's too cold to start exercising, going on walks, taking on new hobbies. You naturally just want to hibernate during the winter. It's cold. You just want to be bundled up beneath the sheets, eating, reading books, and watching movies. I think if you really want a fresh start, then start in the spring. What better time to start fresh than spring? Spring is literally the season when the world starts again. The flowers are blooming, and so are you. I also kind of hate the pressure of starting fresh on New Year's. Needing to make 12 wishes, eat 12 grapes, all in 1 minute, wearing something red so that your year goes well, counting down to midnight because the world will change completely the minute we're in 2026. It doesn't make any sense to me, and it just frustrates me. I get really anxious when I feel under pressure. Maybe I sound like the Grinch of New Year's right now, but I have always just hated feeling under pressure. Feeling like something needs to go right. Otherwise, everything will go wrong. It makes me anxious, and I prefer to not play these games with my mind. I would rather keep my peace of mind. And to me, it doesn't even prove anything. Those first seconds of the year don't define the rest of your year. I had the worst New Year's last year, and so many good things happened to me this year. I don't even know what else I would ask for. I got everything I ever dreamed of. So, new year, new me, new beginnings. No, no. Don't wait for tomorrow. Don't wait for New Year's. Don't even wait for spring. You can start today. On second thought, start right now. Take control and decide what you want to do and do it. Like Nike says, just do it. I always do what I want when I want to do it. I don't wait for the right moment. Sorry, I know I'm going on a tangent about how much I hate New Year's, my issues with New Year's, but I also just like sleeping early. And maybe you'll say, oh, you're too young to be acting that way. But I like sleeping early. I don't like waiting to eat until 12 a.m. and then staying up all night. Truthfully, If I could choose what to do on New Year's, I would watch a movie with my family, eat dinner at a normal time, wash my face, and go to sleep, and wake up the next morning and just crochet, read a book, lay in my hammock, maybe go for a swim, and start the year feeling fresh, not tired and hung over. So, that's all I have to say about that. If you enjoyed it as much as I did, then leave a like. I will tell you my story once slowly and the second time a little bit faster. Today, I want to talk to you about sickness. I've been feeling very sick lately. I think it has to do with my trip to Rio, Brazil. Normally, whenever I get sick, it has something to do with my sleep schedule. Normally, it has to do with the amount and the quality of sleep that I'm getting, and just keeping up with my rest and sleep in general is very important for me to stay healthy. But now that I think about it, I don't think I even got one full night sleep in my whole week in Rio. And I'm usually very sensitive to changes in my sleep schedule. If I don't get a full night's rest, I'm crabby all day long. I'm moody and angry and just insufferable to be around. I'm very crabby. And especially with my English lessons, I need to have lots of energy. And I need to be in a good mood and mindset to be able to give my English lessons in a fun and structured way. But this one weekend, for example, I pulled an all-nighter. To pull an all-nighter means to stay up all night and not sleep. Have you ever pulled an all-nighter before? Well, I did. And let me tell you, I will not do that again. I was tired the whole week after that one all-nighter. I literally couldn't function. I would wake up in the morning and have my normal routine. I would eat breakfast, teach a couple classes, and after maybe 5 hours, I would feel exhausted, ready to sleep. So I would have to take a nap, maybe a 1 or 2 hour nap to recuperate. Then I would be fine. A couple hours of being awake would pass by, and I would be feeling exhausted again. It was crazy. It was like I had an insane amount of sleep debt. We call it sleep debt when you basically owe your body, sleep, or rest. Just like you can owe money or be in debt with money, you can also be in debt with sleep. But I finally paid off my sleep debt after 4 days of sleeping. That's why, like I said, I wouldn't pull an all-nighter again. It's too intense for my body. But anyways, that's why I feel I got sick this week. Because I was pushing my body too far. I swear, I was walking every day at least 40,000 steps a day. I remember checking my phone, and every time at least 40,000 steps a day. And I would be so tired. My body would be aching everywhere, ready to sleep, but I would still go to sleep late and wake up early. So, apart from pushing my body too far, I wouldn't even give my body the chance to recuperate that energy or rest even a bit. So I think I pushed my body over the edge, and now I'm paying the price. I'm paying the consequences. That's why I feel super congested, like I blow my nose and I don't know how it never stops. The mucus just keeps coming and coming. I don't even know where it's coming from at this point. And I also had a terrible cough. One of those coughs that's just always tickling your throat. You feel a constant tickle that you need to cough. I hate coughing. And after a while of coughing, it starts to hurt my throat. So I try to take cough drops to soothe my throat. Cough drops are really good for relieving and soothing the pain temporarily, only for a short period of time. But for long-term solutions, it's best to take antibiotics. That helps relieve the pain altogether and gets rid of the virus or bacteria that you have. But usually, when I get a sore throat and I don't want to take antibiotics, I always try home remedies first. My home remedy for a sore throat is tea, but not just any tea. I like to make turmeric tea with turmeric, honey, lime juice, pepper, and ginger. This tea works like magic. It soothes and relieves the pain in my throat right away. Turmeric is just magical. I swear, it's the solution to so many different sicknesses that I get. But it's especially useful for a sore throat. You should definitely try using turmeric if you haven't already. What are some of your home remedies you use for a sore throat? What's your go-to tea when you have a cough or a sore throat. I have to say, this sickness that I have isn't that bad comparing it to other sicknesses that I have had. One time, I remember I had salmonella and I literally didn't move from my bed for 2 whole weeks. Any movements would spin me out and make me feel dizzy and eventually make me throw up. Every food that I ate or smelled would make me feel nauseous. It's so sad feeling nauseous because I love to eat so much. But even my favorite foods, my stomach just couldn't handle. I lost so much weight in those 2 weeks. My doctor told me to stay hydrated and take your medication and stay rested. And eventually you will feel better. There wasn't much else that I could do. I don't get sick very often, but when I do, it's usually very bad. I'm just lucky that I'm at home right now and my family can take care of me in my sickness. Who takes care of you when you're sick? Even the smallest things, like going to the store or cooking a meal or simply making a cup of tea for myself, can be such a struggle. So it's really nice to have my family here to help me. I've been sick in foreign countries before while I'm alone. And let me tell you, it's not nice. I did make some good friends who would help take care of me while I was sick, but essentially, you are alone in a country and you have to go out and buy your medicine alone and make your own tea alone and cook your own meals all by yourself and generally just take care of yourself all alone. Being alone in a foreign country when you're sick did end up helping me in a way. It helped me by making me more independent and capable of taking care of myself. Being sick anywhere is not nice, but I've learned some really useful remedies from different friends, all in different countries. In Portugal is where I met a friend who showed me that turmeric is really good for you. She was from Nepal. She showed me to grab your turmeric and heat it up on the stove in the fire and eat it. And it's a huge boost to your immune system. And it's really good for a sore throat or a throat infection. She also showed me golden milk, milk with turmeric, ginger, lime, and pepper, and honey. And that was a huge aid to my sickness when I needed it. Are there any more remedies that you know of that you can teach me? Maybe some for a headache or a runny nose, maybe some for a stomach ache. For example, my grandma lives in a small town in Mexico, and once I had a really bad stomach ache. So she made me a green tea with lime, ginger, and honey. And she gave me a massage across my belly and back. And it was like magic. All of my pain disappeared. It happened several times now, where my grandma has so many natural remedies, home remedies. I don't think she ever would need to buy pharmaceutical medicine. And it's not good to take antibiotics all the time, because sometimes a sickness will go away with time, but sometimes it's so hard to wait out a sickness. So I just resort to antibiotics for faster and easier results. It's very bad to do because you can build immunity to antibiotics after a while of using them. But I can't help it, especially if it's during the week when I have to teach. When I teach, I talk and I smile and I laugh, and I can't be a good teacher if I'm in pain. It's the same when I used to go to school. When I was younger, maybe around 8 to 15, my parents worked at the same school that I studied at. So whenever I would get sick, I had no other option but to go to school. I couldn't stay at home because both of my parents worked at the same school as me. So instead, I would stay in my mom's classroom under her desk, and I would lay there and sleep. I remember her students would see me and say, "Whoa, who's that? Is that your daughter, Miss Jessica? What's she doing under the table?" Meanwhile, I was just laying there, feeling so sick and having a really bad fever. But it was a better option than being in my own classroom with that sickness. When you were a kid, who would take care of you when you had to stay home from school? Tell me about your experience as a kid with sick days. I used to hate going to school despite feeling so sick. But I understand now that work is time consuming, and it's a big deal to take even one day off of work. What do you think? When do you decide it's worth taking a sick day off of work? Where do you draw the line between going to work and needing to stay home from sickness? Comment all your answers down below so I can see your progress. Like this video for more content like this, and subscribe to improve your English every Monday and Wednesday. Now I'll repeat everything faster so you can practice in a slow and a fast way. I've been feeling really sick lately. I think it has to do with my trip to Rio, Brazil. Normally, whenever I get sick, it has to do with the quality and amount of sleep that I've been getting, and just keeping up with my rest in general is very important for me to stay healthy. But Now that I think about it, I don't think I even got one full night rest in my whole week in Rio. And I'm usually very sensitive when it comes to my sleep schedule. If I don't get a full night's rest, I'm crabby all day and I just become insufferable to be around. I get very crabby when I don't get enough sleep. And especially with my English lessons, I need to have a lot of energy to be in a good mood and to be able to give a fun and structured English lesson. This one weekend, I pulled an all-nighter. To pull an all-nighter means to stay up all night. Have you ever pulled an all-nighter? I did. And let me tell you, I will not do that again. I was tired the whole week after that one night of not sleeping enough. I literally couldn't function. I would wake up in the morning, I would have breakfast, and I would teach, and maybe 5 hours later, I would be feeling exhausted, ready to sleep again. So I would have to take a nap, either a 1 or 2 hour nap, just to recuperate. Then I would wake up and feel energized again. But only a couple hours later, I would be feeling exhausted again. It was crazy. It was like I had an insane amount of sleep debt. We call it sleep debt when you basically owe your body rest and sleep. Just like you can get in debt with money, you can get in debt with sleep. But I finally paid off my sleep debt. That's why, like I said, I would not pull an all-nighter again. But anyways, that's why I think I feel congested. I was doing things every day in Rio, walking at least 40,000 steps a day. I remember checking my phone and seeing at least 40,000 steps every day. And I would be so tired. I would be so ready to sleep, but I would still go to sleep late and then wake up early the next morning. So, apart from pushing my body too far, I wouldn't even give my body the chance to recuperate. So, I think I pushed my body over the edge, and now I'm paying the price. I'm paying the consequences. That's why I'm congested. I blow my nose, and I don't know how, it never ends. The mucus just keeps coming and coming. And I don't know where it's even coming from at this point. I also had a terrible cough. One of those tickles in your throat that just won't go away. I hate coughing. And after a while of coughing, it starts to hurt my throat. A good remedy for that are cough drops. Cough drops help soothe my throat and relieve the pain. But cough drops are good for relieving the pain temporarily. But for long-term remedies, it's best to take antibiotics. That helps relieve the pain and get rid of the sickness completely. Usually, when I get a sore throat and I don't want to take antibiotics, I always try home remedies first. My home remedy for a sore throat is tea, but not just any old tea. I like to make turmeric tea with turmeric, ginger, lime, pepper, and honey. This tea works like magic. Turmeric is just magical, I swear. It's the solution to so many different sicknesses that I get. But it's especially useful for a sore throat. You should definitely try using turmeric if you haven't already. What are some of your home remedies for a sore throat? What's your go-to tea for when you have a cough or a sore throat. I have to say, this sickness is not that bad comparing it to other sicknesses that I've had in the past. One time, I had salmonella, and I literally couldn't move from my bed for 2 whole weeks. Any movements would make me feel dizzy, would make me spin, and I would have to throw up. Every food that I ate made me feel nauseous. And it's so sad feeling nauseous because I love eating food. And even with my favorite foods, my stomach just couldn't handle it. I lost so much weight in those 2 weeks. But my doctor told me to just stay hydrated and take my medication and wait to feel better. It's all that I could do. There was nothing else I could do. I'm just lucky I'm at home right now, and I have my family to take care of me. Who takes care of you when you're sick? Even the smallest things, like making tea for yourself, or cooking for yourself, or going to buy medicine for yourself. It's really nice having people around to help you out, like your family or friends. Because I've been sick before in a foreign country, and it's not nice. I did make some good friends while traveling, and they would help me out whenever they could. But essentially, you're in that country alone, and you have to go out and buy medicine alone. You have to make your tea alone. You have to cook by yourself and just take care of yourself alone. Being alone in a foreign country did end up helping me in a way. I definitely felt a lot more independent and comfortable being alone than I did before. It taught me to fend for myself and to take care of myself. Being sick anywhere isn't nice, but I have learned some really useful remedies from friends in different places in the world. In Portugal is where I made a friend who showed me that turmeric is really good for you. She was from Nepal. She showed me to grab turmeric and heat it up on the stove in the fire and then eat it. It didn't taste the best, but it's a huge boost to your immune system, and it's really good for sore throats. I also learned how to make golden milk, which is milk with turmeric, ginger, lime, and pepper, and honey. And that was a huge aid to my sickness at the time. Are there any more remedies you know for different sicknesses? Maybe some for a headache, for a runny nose, or maybe for a stomach ache? For example, my grandma lives in a small town in Mexico. And once I had a really bad stomach ache. She made me a green tea with lime, ginger, and honey. And then she gave me a massage all around my belly and back. And it was like magic. All of my pain disappeared. It's happened several times now where my grandma knows so many home remedies. I don't think she would ever need to buy pharmaceuticals. I know it's not good to take antibiotics for sore throats all the time because sometimes it will eventually go away on its own. But sometimes it's so hard to deal with it that I just resort to antibiotics. It's bad because you can build immunity to antibiotics after a while, but I can't help it sometimes, especially if it's during the week when I have to teach. When I teach, I talk and I smile and I laugh, and I can't be a good teacher if I'm in pain. It's the same when I used to go to school. My parents always worked at the same school that I went to as a kid. So whenever I would get sick, there were no other options but to go to school. I couldn't stay home because both my parents worked at the same school as I went to. So instead, I would have to stay in my mom's classroom, under her desk, and sleep. I remember her students seeing me and saying, "Whoa, who's that? Is that your daughter, Miss Jessica? What's she doing under the table?" Meanwhile, I was just there with a terrible fever, feeling sick and bad, just trying to sleep. But it was definitely better than being in my classroom learning. When you were a kid, who would take care of you when you had to stay home from school? Tell me about your experience as a kid with sick days. I used to hate going to school despite feeling so sick. But I understand now that work is time-consuming, and it's a big deal to take even one day off of work. What do you think? When do you decide that it's time to take a sick day? And when do you decide that you can still go to work even though you're sick? Where do you draw the line? Comment all your answers down below so I can see your progress. Today, we are reviewing abbreviations and how to pronounce them in English. Abbreviations are short forms of words or phrases in English. And sometimes we change the way we say them when speaking. For example, instead of saying I will, we would say I'll. If we're speaking quickly or casually with friends or family. For example, I'll see you tomorrow instead of I will see you tomorrow. For example, how would you say this sentence? I will go to the store later. I'll go to the store later. Another one like I am. I'm going to the park. How would you say this sentence? I am studying right now. I'm studying right now. Another abbreviation, you are, would be you're. You're very good at dancing. You are my friend. Instead, you're my friend. Also with she is or he is, you can just say she's or he's. She's going to the party tonight. She is working hard. She's working hard. He is going to school. He's going to school. They are there. They're having lunch right now. There. They are my friends. They're my friends. We are. We're. We're going to the park. We are all going to the movies. We're all going to the movies. It's easier. Another one like would you? Would you like to watch a movie? Would you is commonly said quickly, would ya? Instead of would you like some coffee? Would ya like some coffee? How would you say, would you help me with this? Would ya help me with this? Would ya? Then got to, we pronounce as gotta. It's common in casual conversation. Instead of saying, I've got to go work now, I've gotta go work now. I've got to finish this project. I've gotta finish this project. Want to is another very common abbreviation. I want to go home. I wanna go home. I want to see a movie. I wanna see a movie. Have to is another very common abbreviation. Instead of saying have to, people say have to. I have to leave soon. I have to leave soon. I have to call my friend. I have to call my friend. Also, when we say going to, I'm going to buy an ice cream. I'm gonna buy an ice cream. I'm going to call you later. I'm gonna call you later. How would you say, I am going to go to the store? A fast way of saying that, I'm gonna go to the store. Could have, we say coulda. I could have gone to the party if it was earlier. I coulda gone to the party if it was earlier. How would you say, I could have helped you? I coulda helped you. Also, when we use should have, we abbreviate it shoulda. She should have come to my house. She shoulda come to my house. I should have called you. I shoulda called you. How would you say, I should have studied for the test? I shoulda studied for the test. Another abbreviation, let us, let's. Let us go to the party together. Let's go to the party together. Let us go to the beach this weekend. Let's go to the beach this weekend. How would you say, let us go to the party? Let's go to the party. Because we normally abbreviate as 'cause. I didn't go 'cause I didn't know. I didn't go to the party because I was tired. I didn't go to the party 'cause I was tired. How would you say, I stayed home because I had to work? I stayed home 'cause I had to work. I don't know. Usually we say quickly as I dunno. I don't know where she went. I dunno where she went. I don't know the answer. I dunno the answer. How would you say, I don't know how much it costs? I dunno how much it costs. When we say probably, we normally pronounce it probably. I'll probably go to the gym later today. I will probably visit tomorrow. I will probably visit tomorrow. How would you say, I will probably go to school? I will probably go to school. Then could you is pronounced could ya. Could you go to the store for me? Could you go to the store for me? Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? And also some important abbreviations through text, like BTW, means by the way. By the way, don't forget the eggs. By the way, I won't be able to go to school tomorrow. BTW. By the way, adding something on, and when we say as soon as possible, you text ASAP. You need to call me as soon as possible. You need to call me ASAP. Through text and when speaking. Listen to a story of my trip while using different abbreviations in example sentences. Practice hearing them in a normal conversation. I'll say it once slowly and once fast. It's important to practice listening to slow and fast English. Check out my page for more of both slow and fast English listening practice. I'm gonna tell you about my trip to Brazil. I probably arrived around 1 a.m. to the international airport in Rio, Brazil. I realized later that I shoulda booked a ticket earlier because arriving in a new city at 1 a.m. is not a good idea. Mostly because you don't know what the taxi situation is like. And it's always better to figure that out during the daytime. When you're in a new country, you have to be precautious. No matter where you travel to or where you're coming from, you have to be careful. Since I arrived so late, I talked to a couple of people at the airport and I said, I don't know where I should wait for my Uber. Could you possibly point me in the right direction? I could have asked a few different people that were sitting, but I decided to ask an older lady for directions. She looked very sweet. She told me, you gotta walk to the end of the airport and follow the yellow lines. That's where you'll find all the taxis lined up. I told her, I don't wanna take a taxi. I'd prefer to take an Uber. So she pointed me in the right direction for the Ubers instead. So I made my way over to the Uber pickup, and 30 minutes later, I arrived at my hostel at the beach. Now, once quickly, I'm gonna tell you about my trip to Brazil. I probably arrived around 1 a.m. to the international airport of Rio, Brazil. I realize I should have booked an earlier ticket because arriving in a new city at 1 a.m. is never a good idea because you never know what the taxi situation is like. And it's always better to figure that out during the daytime. When you're in a new country, you have to be precautious. No matter where you are or where you're coming from, you have to be very careful. Since I arrived so late, I talked to a couple of people at the airport and I said, I don't know where I should wait for my Uber. Could you possibly point me in the right direction? I could have asked a few people sitting, but I decided to ask an older lady. She seemed very sweet. She told me, you gotta walk to the end of the airport and follow the yellow lines. That's where you'll find all the taxis lined up. I told her, I don't want to take a taxi. I'd prefer to take an Uber. So she pointed me in the right direction for the Ubers. So I made my way over to the Ubers, and 30 minutes later, I was at my hostel on the beach. These are just a few examples of some common abbreviations we use in English. They can help your speech sound more natural and fluent. I encourage you to listen for these abbreviations and phrases in every movie, show, or conversation that you hear. Today, I want to tell you about my trip to Puerto Escondido. It's a small city in Oaxaca, the south of Mexico. I started my trip in Oaxaca City. I love how full of vegetation Oaxaca is. I love how diverse it is. From cities to beaches to mountains and rivers. The full package. Oaxaca City was so vibrant with color and life. Walking through the vibrant streets in Oaxaca, getting to see all of the street art and murals, all of the insanely hard work the artists put in to these murals. It was very impressive. Here are some beautiful trees. I loved these pink flowers. Then we went to eat at a cute little coffee shop down an alleyway in Oaxaca City. For dessert, of course, I love sweet bread, an almond cream croissant, and a chocolate-filled croissant. That had to be the best croissant I have ever tried. It was scrumptious. So many flowers in Oaxaca. Then we took our bus and we rode all the way to Puerto Escondido, a beach town just 2 hours away from the city. It was such a delight to swim in the ocean again. We arrived in Puerto Escondido around 5 a.m. and we head straight to the beach. We took a dip in the sea and then we head to our apartment. The view was magnificent. Unbelievable that we were able to stay in a room so nice. I felt so privileged to be able to look outside my window and see something so phenomenal. All around the city, there are so many flowers hanging from trees, on bushes, just everywhere. And I recorded them all. I think you must know by now that I am fascinated with flowers. I think it's so important to find the beauty in everything. The smallest things, We got pizza for dinner and head to bed. I think you also must know by now that I love smoothies. So every day I make myself a banana smoothie. This time I added some spinach, peaches, and bananas. And for breakfast, I made an avocado toast with ham. We moved all of our things, my backpack, my yoga mat, my computer and microphones, and we head to the place we were going to rent for 1 month. Our new place was surrounded by gorgeous things. For example, a luscious tree, a mango tree with mangoes hanging from the branches, and the cutest little pineapple I have ever seen. For breakfast, we made shakshuka with avocado, even a star fruit tree with the sweetest fruit. It was so nice to have star fruit whenever we wanted. There were so many guijes, little lizards that live in Puerto Escondido, and they make the cutest little sound. Whenever you hear that sound, you'll know that there's a guije close by. It was so nice staying in our new cabin. I loved reading in the mornings, waking up slowly, making my bed, and then heading downstairs to start my day. Of course, the first thing on my agenda is to brush my teeth. Get rid of those nasty smells in the morning. I wash my face and I grab a smoothie from the refrigerator. I sit and work for a while. I like to start by checking my emails and looking at my to-do list to make sure I don't forget to do something important that day. Once I'm done checking some emails and finishing little things on my computer, I head upstairs again and I take a moment to breathe. I inhale deeply and exhale all of the air. I stretch my arms. I stretch my back. I stretch my legs. And once I feel all warmed up for the day, I'll go downstairs to eat breakfast. My boyfriend cooks the best food. And this morning, he made me poached eggs with avocado, tomato, and broccoli. It was so fresh and it made me feel good. That night, we went to see a friend to get some piercings. He would pierce different people's ears and charge money for it. He made a lot of money that day. And in the evening, I ate chickpeas with potatoes. And that was delicious. The next morning, we ate a super fresh breakfast. Papaya with broccoli, with boiled eggs, grapes, and pineapple. And we walked to the beach. It was a beautiful day at the beach. We went to a coffee shop and I sat down to work for a little bit. Every day in Puerto Escondido, I would go to the beach. No matter if I was tired or angry or too busy, I will always find time to walk to the beach. Now, on my days off, when I don't have any work and the day is completely mine, I put on my shoes and we get on our bike and head to a new beach that I had never been to before. I love the mixture of green and blue everywhere. The beach is my favorite place to be. I got frozen yogurt with grapes and strawberries, and then we got dinner at the beach. I ate the best fish tacos and an even better fish burger. That is what a day off in my life looks like. Now, on days where we need groceries, that's a different story. I will usually wake up and head to the store right away so that I can eat breakfast and not be grumpy or hungry. I get grumpy when I'm hungry. Do you get grumpy when you're hungry? I put on my sandals, I grab my helmet, and we head to the motorcycle. Safety first, always. Then we drive to the grocery store, Chedraui, and I head up the electric walkway. I look at some cookies for when I'm craving something sweet. I look at the teas for when it's late at night and I want to relax and decompress. I walk around the bakery, the croissants, the donuts, the muffins. I obviously get avocados because you know I love avocado toast. I get bananas and maybe some grapes. It's hard to decide what fruit to get sometimes, especially because the fruit that I like is usually very expensive, like peaches and grapes and kiwis. Do you know a place where grapes or kiwis are cheap? If so, I want to go there. And of course, I walk through the detergent aisle to smell that amazing smell. Then we're able to cook dinner. That is my average everyday life in Puerto Escondido. Today, we will be reading one of my favorite books. It's called The Giving Tree. Read slowly with me. The Giving Tree. Once there was a tree, and she loved a little boy. And every day the boy would come, and he would gather all her leaves and make them into crowns and play the king of the forest. He would climb up her trunk and swing from her branches and eat apples. And they would play hide and go seek. And when he was tired, he would sleep in her shade. And the boy loved the tree very much. And the tree was happy. But time went by, and the boy grew older, and the tree was often alone. Then, one day, the boy came to the tree, and the tree said, "Come, boy, come and climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and eat apples and play in my shade and be happy. I am too big to climb and play," said the boy. "I want to buy things and have fun. I want some money. Can you give me some money?" "I'm sorry," said the tree, "but I have no money. I have only leaves and apples. Take my apples, boy, and sell them in the city. Then you will have money and you will be happy." And so the boy climbed up the tree and gathered her apples and carried them away. And the tree was happy, but the boy stayed away for a long time, and the tree was sad. And then, one day, the boy came back. The tree shook with joy, and she said, Come, boy, climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and be happy. I am too busy to climb trees, said the boy. I want a house to keep me warm, he said. I want a wife and I want children. And so I need a house. Can you give me a house? I have no house, said the tree. The forest is my house, but you may cut off my branches and build a house. Then you will be happy. And so the boy cut off her branches and carried them away to build his house. And the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time. And when he came back, the tree was so happy. She could hardly speak. Come, boy, she whispered. Come and play. I am too old and sad to play, said the boy. I want a boat that will take me far away from here. Can you give me a boat? Cut down my trunk and make a boat, said the tree. Then you can sail away and be happy. And so the boy cut down her trunk, made a boat, and sailed away. And the tree was happy, but not really. And after a long time, the boy came back again. I am sorry, boy, said the tree, but I have nothing left to give you. My apples are gone. My teeth are too weak for apples, said the boy. My branches are gone, said the tree. You cannot swing on them. I am too old to swing on branches, said the boy. My trunk is gone, said the tree. You cannot climb. I am too tired to climb, said the boy. I am sorry, sighed the tree. I wish that I could give you something, but I have nothing left. I'm just an old stump. I'm sorry. I don't need very much now, said the boy. Just a quiet place to sit and rest. I am very tired. Well, said the tree, straightening herself up as much as she could. Well, an old stump is good for sitting and resting. Come, boy, sit down and rest. And the boy did. And the tree was happy. The end. What did you think about the giving tree? Do you think the tree was happy in the end? Why or why not? Was the boy selfish or just human? Have you ever had someone in your life who gave to you like the tree gave to the boy? What do you think the moral of this story is? Today, I want to talk about my day. Today was a very busy day. I did what I normally do, which is to start my day with a banana smoothie. I have talked about banana smoothies in my videos in the past before. So, I want to show you the full creation of my banana smoothies. First, I use the strainer and I strain my kefir. Kefir is a fungi that turns milk into kefir. It's sour and a little bit sweet. I love kefir. I strain out all the milk I put into my kefir yesterday, and I just strain it directly into the blender. I add 1 banana, and then I make my way to the freezer, and I put in frozen berries. A variety of berries. Strawberries, blueberries, raspberries. Next, I add some flaxseed, a good source of fiber, and a little splash of water so that it's not too thick. I blend it and I serve it into my favorite mug. It's my favorite color of green. And it's actually not mine, it's my dad's. But he never uses it. So I do. After breakfast, my parents asked me if I wanted to go with them to the tianguis. The tianguis is like an outdoor supermarket where they sell everything and anything, from fruits to seafood to clothing like hats and shirts. So I went with them and we picked out some fresh fruits and vegetables. We got some fresh pork rinds to eat with guacamole, and we picked up some corn to have for dinner later in the week. I love going to the market. It's so nice walking around with my parents. And we had some fresh food for lunch. And it's nice getting fresh ingredients for lunch. After the market, we decided we should visit my grandma's house. Since I didn't have any work to do at the moment, I agreed. And we walked to my grandma's house. My grandma's house is so cute. It brings back childhood memories every time I go. My grandma's house is actually attached to a little store where she sells food, just like in a convenience store, but her own. Not OXXO or a 7-Eleven, a local little store. It's called Abarrotes Luz. My grandma's name is Luz, so it's like saying groceries, Luz. My sister and I always go to her store to pick out some chips or some sweets. I am more of a sweets fan, so I always get some sweet cinnamon rolls or a candy like a Snickers bar. My sister loves spicy chips, so she usually gets Takis or Cheetos. But my grandma is so sweet. She always gives us all the sweets and candies she can. It's all super nostalgic to me. The green tiles on her kitchen floor, her old clock that doesn't even work anymore, her garden filled with pots of plants. Plants like flowers, succulents, and trees. Her dog has the sweetest little face. She has her old CD player, always playing music from the 60s or 70s. I love my grandma's music. What's the most nostalgic place from your childhood? After lunch with my grandma, we walked the dogs around the neighborhood. These are my parents' dogs, Puerto and Pablo. They are so energetic and crazy, but they are cuties. Puerto always pees when she gets excited. She can't hold it in. She gets too excited. Do you have any pets? What are their names and why? After walking the dogs, I worked on my computer for a little while until my sister invited me to eat sushi with her. I had been craving sushi for the longest time, so of course I accepted the invitation. It was a really nice meal, and we even got fortune cookies. Mine said, "You have lots of opportunities at your reach. Take advantage of them." But that really resonates with me. I want to take advantage of all the opportunities the universe gives me and stay motivated to be the best version of myself. What motivates you to be the best you possible? Today was actually Independence Day in Mexico. So we had plans to eat dinner at my grandma's house to celebrate. My grandma has a new small dog. My grandma cooked chalupas. Chalupas are fried tortillas with potatoes, lettuce, and chicken, and green or red salsa on top. My grandma is the best cook. Even if you don't like Mexican food, I'm sure you would like my grandma's food. So my aunt and my grandma worked together and cooked us chalupas. And we had a delicious Independence Day. Now, let's take a deep breath and begin. I am a fast learner. I am a fast learner. I am a fast learner. I learn languages with ease. I learn languages with ease. I learn languages with ease. I am a confident speaker. I can read, speak, and listen with confidence. I am a confident speaker. I can read, speak, and listen with confidence. I am a confident speaker. I can read, speak, and listen with confidence. I am proud of how far I've come. I am proud of how far I've come. I am proud of how far I've come. I am disciplined and hard working. I am disciplined and hard working. I am disciplined and hard working. I stay focused on my goals. I stay focused on my goals. I stay focused on my goals. I practice English every day. I practice English every day. I practice English every day. I am grateful for the challenges I have because they make me stronger and smarter. I am grateful for the challenges I have because they make me stronger and smarter. I am grateful for the challenges I have because they make me stronger and smarter. My mistakes are opportunities to learn and improve. My mistakes are opportunities to learn and improve. My mistakes are opportunities to learn and improve. I improve my English every day. I improve my English every day. I improve my English every day. I am grateful for the opportunity to learn and communicate in another language. I am grateful for the opportunity to learn and communicate in another language. I am grateful for the opportunity to learn and communicate in another language. I am a natural English speaker. I am a natural English speaker. I am a natural English speaker. My mind is focused on learning English. My mind is focused on learning English. My mind is focused on learning English. Every word I learn brings me closer to fluency. Every word I learn brings me closer to fluency. Every word I learn brings me closer to fluency. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. I express myself clearly and naturally. I express myself clearly and naturally. I express myself clearly and naturally. I enjoy learning English. I enjoy learning English. I enjoy learning English. English is opening doors for me. English is opening doors for me. English is opening doors for me. I am a fluent English speaker. I am a fluent English speaker. I am a fluent English speaker. I can communicate perfectly with native speakers. I can communicate perfectly with native speakers. I can communicate perfectly with native speakers. Repeat these affirmations daily, and your brain will unconsciously work its hardest at being exactly who you want to be. I wake up around 5 a.m. to have an early start to the morning. I like to start my day slowly. So first, I read a book. This morning, I saw a little cuija, a small lizard, hanging on my sheets. They are so cute. I love the sounds they make. After making my bed, I stretch, I breathe, and I meditate. Once I finish warming up for the day, I go downstairs. I brush my teeth and I sit down to start work. I check emails, I edit videos, I plan my lessons, and I hop on video calls and meetings. Then I make breakfast, something filling, so I can feel full for a long time. Most mornings, I like to eat chickpeas, onions, and potatoes. It's delicious. After I finish eating breakfast, I put on my shoes, I grab my helmet, and I drive to the supermarket. I go through each aisle to make sure I don't forget anything. Of course, the bakery is my favorite part because I always crave a sweet treat at the end of the day. I like to be well prepared for when I crave something sweet. That way, I don't have to go back to the supermarket again. I get vegetables and fruits, and I stroll through the detergent aisle. I love the smell of the detergent aisle. We drive home and I make lunch. I love to eat broccoli pasta with cheese and ham. What do you like to eat for lunch. After lunch, I take advantage of a beautiful day and I visit the beach. I pack my beach bag and I head to the beach. It was a stunning beach. I swim for the whole afternoon and finally, my favorite part of the day, dinner. I pick a nice restaurant on the beach and I order some food. This is the barbecue chicken burger with fries and salad on the side. I also love fish tacos, and those were just as delicious. After I eat dinner, I head home. I get ready for bed. I brush my teeth. I take a shower and I put on my pajamas. And finally, I go to bed. All in all, it was a great day. That's a day in my life. Now it's your turn. Tell me about a day in your life. Today, I want to talk about my goals. I have many goals. I have lots of goals for my future. I have short-term goals and long-term goals. This year, I would like to get my Dive Master's certificate. My certificate in scuba diving. I love scuba diving. Mexico is one of the best places to do it. I want to travel and see all the most beautiful places, the most beautiful corals, and the most beautiful marine species, animal species. I want to help protect the oceans. I want to help protect the precious corals and precious animals in the ocean. When I get my diving certificate, I want to visit Thailand. I would like to visit Egypt, Australia, and Indonesia. What is a goal that you are working on? Another goal of mine is that I want to dance all around the world. I love dancing. Dancing brings me so much joy. When I dance, all my worries go away. I want to take dance classes and learn different dance styles. Do you want to take dance lessons? I want to take dance lessons in Brazil, Colombia, India, or Japan. Do you like dancing? Do you prefer watching people dance or dancing? What type of dance is your favorite? In my opinion, the happiest cultures are the ones with rich dance culture, where people are dancing, people are smiling, where people are dancing, people are connecting. Dancing is good for the soul. Dancing is good for the heart. What is something that makes you feel so good? Why does it make you feel so good? The last goal of mine is to speak Chinese. I want to speak Chinese fluently. I want to travel to China, to Taiwan, and speak Chinese. What is a language you want to learn? Where do you want to go to speak that language? Thank you for listening to my Slow English podcast. Remember to subscribe, to like, and follow. Repeat with me and try to think of your own words to describe the sound. It can be a pleasant sound to you, or maybe an unpleasant sound. Now, relax and learn English with me. I hear tapping sounds. I like tapping sounds. Tapping on a table, tapping on a glass, tapping on a phone. I think tapping sounds are sharp noises to my ears. Do you like tapping sounds? How would you describe tapping sounds? I hear crinkling sounds. I like crinkling sounds. Crinkling paper wraps. A crinkling plastic bag. I think crinkling sounds are very crisp. How would you describe crinkling sounds? I hear whispering sounds. Whisper. I also like whispering sounds. Whispering in a soft voice. Whispering in my ear. Whispering sounds are very soothing for me, and I feel like they calm me down. The sound is ticklish to my ear. Do you like whispering sounds? How do whispering sounds make you feel? Are they ticklish, soothing, annoying? I hear brushing sounds. I like brushing sounds. Slow brushing. Brushing across the table. Brushing along the hair. The light movement across a surface. I like the soft, quiet noises that brushing sounds like. Do you like brushing noises? How would you describe brushing sounds? I hear the sounds of a keyboard typing away. I like the sound of typing on a keyboard. Quick, repetitive sounds. They are very satisfying sounds. Do you like the sounds of typing on a keyboard? How would you describe the sound of typing on a keyboard? Keyboard tapping. I hear clicking sounds. I like clicking sounds. I like the sound of pens clicking or mouses clicking. A sharp clicking sound. A quick, repetitive sound. Do you like clicking sounds? How would you describe a clicking sound? I hear spraying noises. I like spraying noises. When someone sprays a bottle of perfume or they spray a water bottle, the soft and gentle sound of someone spraying a water bottle, it's one of my favorite sounds. It soothes my ears and it calms my nerves when I hear it. Do you like spraying noises? How would you describe spraying noises? How do they make you feel? I hear pouring sounds. I like pouring sounds. When I pour water or juice into a glass. It's a gentle splash of sound. Do you like pouring sounds? How do pouring sounds make you feel? And how would you describe pouring sounds? I hear rattling noises. I don't like rattling noises. It's an unpleasant sound for me. It's not pleasant. Like rattling keys or rattling coins in my pocket. It can be a sharp, pleasant sound for others, but it's not for me. Do you like rattling sounds? How would you describe rattling sounds? I hear sounds like rain falling on a tin roof or rain falling on a glass window. How would you describe the sound of rain falling? Would you say it's a gentle, soft sound or a sharp, crisp sound? Do you think the sound of rain falling is soothing or annoying? I hear the sounds of birds chirping in the morning when I wake up. Would you say it's a quiet, calming sound or a noisy, sharp sound? Do you consider the birds chirping in the morning to be a pleasant sound or an unpleasant sound? I hear the sound of the wind blowing high up in the mountains or near the ocean. You can hear the strong breeze. Would you say it's a smooth, gentle sound or a strong, brisk sound? Do you think the wind blowing is a comforting sound or an annoying sound? Now let's play a game to practice the words that we learned. I will play a sound and you will tell me if it's soft or sharp. Is it slow or fast? Is it soft or sharp? Is it slow or fast? I think this sound is soft, slow, and gentle. Is it soft or sharp? Is it slow or fast? I think this sound is sharp, quick, and repetitive. Is it soft or sharp? Fast or slow? I think this sound is fast and clear. Is it soft or sharp? Is it quick or slow? I think this sound is soft, calm, and quiet. Is it loud or quiet? Is it soft or sharp? I think this sound is loud, sharp, and quick. Is it soft or sharp? Fast or quick? I think this sound is light, soft, and slow. I think this sound is crisp and sharp. I think it's fast, not slow. I think this sound is sharp and fast. I think this sound is gentle and soothing. I think this sound is soft, slow, and windy. Is it relaxing or annoying? I think this sound is soft, clinky, and relaxing. Do you think it's a soft sound or a sharp sound? Last one. I think this sound is light, crispy, and soft. If you can name any of these sounds, tell me in the comments. What was your favorite sound from this podcast? Repeat each affirmation in your mind or whisper if you're still awake. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. English words come easily to me. English words come easily to me. English words come easily to me. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. I enjoy learning and speaking English every day. I enjoy learning and speaking English. I enjoy learning and speaking English every day. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. I learn English quickly and naturally. I learn English quickly and naturally. I learn English quickly and naturally. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. Every day, my English improves more and more. Every day, my English improves more and more. Every day, my English improves more and more. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. English words come easily to me. English words come easily to me. English words come easily to me. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. I enjoy learning and speaking English every day. I enjoy learning and speaking English. I enjoy learning and speaking English every day. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. I learn English quickly and naturally. I learn English quickly and naturally. I learn English quickly and naturally. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. Every day, my English improves more and more. Every day, my English improves more and more. Every day, my English improves more and more. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. I am confident when I speak English. English words come easily to me. English words come easily to me. English words come easily to me. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. My English pronunciation is clear and natural. I enjoy learning and speaking English every day. I enjoy learning and speaking English. I enjoy learning and speaking English every day. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. English grammar feels simple and easy to me. I learn English quickly and naturally. I learn English quickly and naturally. I learn English quickly and naturally. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. I feel calm and relaxed when I practice English. Every day, my English improves more and more. Every day, my English improves more and more. Every day, my English improves more and more. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. I believe in myself. I am becoming fluent in English. Today, I want to talk about certain sounds and noises that we hear every day. There are certain sounds and specific noises that make me feel irritated. They completely irritate me and ruin my mood. My mood, like my happy mood, maybe my joyful mood, maybe my peaceful mood. If I get irritated from a noise. But there are certain or specific sounds that are very soothing to me. Soothing, calm sounds. Gentle sounds like rain falling on a tin roof, or the waves crashing onto the shore. Or the sound of being underwater in the ocean, where you can hear the crackling corals and the small bubbles popping underwater. I love the sound of the crackling bubbles in the ocean, or the sound of the breeze on a windy day. The breeze and the chills. I like hearing how the wind whooshes and blows. The whooshes and blows are very soothing to hear. I like how the wind sways the trees. The wind blows and the trees sway back and forth. The wind can even create a new song, a beautiful song with the wind chimes. The wind chimes creating soft and calming, beautiful music. I love taking naps outside where I can hear the birds chirping and I can hear the wind chimes dangling and making music. And I can hear the breeze and the trees all creating a harmonious, beautiful sound. I love the peaceful, soothing sounds of nature. I love taking naps in a hammock outside where you can hear all of these sounds while trying to fall asleep. Any water sounds in general, for me, are very soothing. It's very peaceful to listen to water sounds while just laying down. Some trickling water sounds give me goosebumps. The trickling water falling from one end to the other. It gives me chills all down my spine. I get goosebumps or chills if I hear something too close to my ear. Subtle sounds give me the chills. A subtle sound is something very gentle and not very noticeable. It's subtle. What sounds give you goosebumps or chills? Are there any sounds that remind you of a certain person or service? For example, when I hear certain bells or whistles, they remind me of street vendors. Street vendors that go around and sell things in Mexico. They could be selling food or toys or a service. There is this one street vendor in Mexico that goes around and blows a whistle. Every time he comes around, he blows a whistle. And he sells camotes. He sells sweet potatoes, a sweet Mexican treat that we eat in Mexico. They blow a very loud whistle. Then, when the garbage collectors come around, they ring a bell. They ring a very loud bell, but they ring a bell to let us know that they are coming to take our garbage. So when I hear that loud bell, I get all of my things, my trash from the bathroom, my trash from the kitchen, and I put it outside for them to take. So, what sounds remind you of a certain person, product, or service? Lots of sounds make me feel nostalgic. Maybe not necessarily sounds, but songs, music. The songs that I listened to when I was younger with my sister or my cousins remind me and take me back to certain moments, usually very fun and lovely moments. What's a sound or a song or a noise that makes you feel nostalgic? Nostalgic for the past, longing for a past moment. For me, music is a huge part of my life. I listen to music every single day, all day long. I try to take the time to listen, enjoy, and sing my favorite songs and dance to my favorite songs every day. Some of my favorite artists right now are singers like Caliuchis, Karen y los Remedios, and Danny Ocean. What's your favorite song to listen to at the moment? And why do you like listening to it every single day? Do you think a song has the power to change different moments in your life? Do you think a song has the power to change someone's mood or emotions? When I'm feeling sad or down, I put on sad songs. I feel even more sad and down, but sometimes a happy song will unintentionally play as I'm feeling sad, and I will instantly feel happy after feeling very sad. So I think that music can definitely affect my mood and my emotions. I think so can sounds and noises. If I'm listening to traffic or people yelling all day long, I will definitely feel more stressed and irritated all day. Whenever I listen to white noise or ASMR, I feel a lot more relaxed. It's easier to fall asleep when listening to white noises. White noises like fans or like TV static or like the hum of the air conditioning. How do you feel about white noises? Do they help you to fall asleep? ASMR I don't use to fall asleep. However, I like watching ASMR eating videos. They always make me feel hungry afterwards. And I really enjoy hearing the chewing noises. Even if that sounds weird to some people, I really like it. Do you like listening to ASMR videos? If so, what do you like using them for? For eating, for sleeping, or just for relaxing and for fun? Even in a big city, I enjoy listening to the chatter between different people in the background. Background noises like people talking or people walking make me feel very at ease, like there are more people around. Background noises like people talking, children laughing or playing. But background noises can also be annoying. Background noises like traffic. Traffic can really get on my nerves. If something gets on your nerves, then they really annoy you. But things like traffic jams get on my nerves. Some alarm clocks, even in the morning, when they go off, they are so loud. And some people have very obnoxious alarm clocks. It's not a good way to wake up after sleeping for so long. And if you sleep with someone who is snoring, a person who snores is really frustrating because it makes it really difficult to fall asleep. At least for me, I can't fall asleep next to a snorer. I'm not a snorer. At least I think I'm not a snorer? Are you a snorer? Do you use really obnoxious alarm clocks in the morning? If so, why? How do you justify annoying alarm clocks? Do you know anyone who uses obnoxious alarm clocks? I think it's very important to be surrounded by peaceful and pleasant sounds. What do you think? Today, I will be talking about sleep and rest. Today, I woke up late. Not early, but late. I woke up around 10 a.m. I was so sleepy. I went to bed last night around 11 p.m. and I woke up at 10 a.m. That means I had 11 hours of sleep last night. I usually don't sleep that much, but last night I was really tired. I usually have a lot of energy and I don't need too much sleep. But lately, maybe the past 3 days, I have been feeling very tired and sleepy. I haven't had so much energy lately. So I take care of myself and I try to get as much rest as I can. Like one of my students said, a good night's sleep is only half the battle. So as long as I get a good night's sleep, I think everything else will be perfect. And luckily, I could sleep in late this morning because I didn't have any early morning lessons to teach. I could sleep in late because I didn't have work. But otherwise, I normally get up at 8 a.m. to teach every morning. And it's so frustrating sometimes to fall asleep. Sometimes it's difficult for me to fall asleep at night. I just lay in bed and I wait and I wait, but I can't fall asleep sometimes. And it's especially frustrating when I have an early class in the morning. When I have to wake up early, because then I don't get my full 8 hours of sleep. And without my 8 hours of sleep, I can't function. I can't go to the gym or teach my lessons or hang out with my friends if I don't get my full 8 hours of sleep. Oh. How many hours of sleep do you need? Do you get enough sleep? I try to sleep early, like 10 p.m. is early for me, but on the weekends, like Saturday and Sunday, when I don't work, I go to sleep around 2 or even 3 a.m. sometimes. But 4 a.m. is the latest that I will go to sleep at. And if I go to sleep late, I usually try to take a nap, a short nap during the day. I like to take naps if I didn't get a good night's sleep. But sometimes short naps make me even more sleepy. Do you like taking naps during the day? Or do naps make you feel more sleepy? I can take a 20-minute nap and I'll feel better. But if I take a 40-minute nap, then I end up feeling more tired than I did before. I'm so jealous of people who can fall asleep easily. There are people that can fall asleep so quickly. In a matter of minutes, they can pass out and be in deep sleep. It's crazy. I wish I could fall asleep that fast. It's a true talent. Can you fall asleep easily? Or do you take more time to fall asleep? I normally have to stop watching my phone or a screen maybe 30 minutes before I go to sleep. Otherwise, I just can't sleep. The screen on my phone or computer wakes me up and keeps me awake. But when I am sick, maybe I have a cough or I'm feeling congested, I take medication to help with my sickness, but also helps me to fall asleep. Some medicine can cause sleepiness or drowsiness, the feeling of sleepiness. And I love medicine that makes me feel drowsy. Then I am able to sleep so well. But once I took medicine that caused sleepiness, and that night I sleepwalked. I used to sleepwalk all the time when I was little. I would walk around and talk all while I was still sleeping. One time, I woke up in my parents' bedroom and I was standing right in front of them and I was just talking. My parents were so confused. And when I woke up standing there, I was also confused. I didn't know where I was or how I got there. Do you ever sleepwalk? Are you a sleepwalker? Tell me about a time when you sleepwalked at night. But I don't sleepwalk anymore. I only talk in my sleep. Sometimes. Sometimes it can scare people. People can get scared when I am talking alone at night. But I'm just dreaming out loud. Do you ever talk in your sleep? Before sleeping, I always wash my face, brush my teeth, and set my alarm on my phone. And I go to bed. What do you always do before going to bed? Listen every day and practice repeating all the new words. We are going to take a flight. Join us. The automatic doors slide open, and right away you see the FIDS board, the Flight Information Display System, where you can see your flight status, whether it's on time, delayed, or canceled. Then we found our check-in counter. We were flying with Air Asia, so we had to find the Air Asia check-in counter. I am in line to check in. Some people prefer the self-check-in kiosk, but I don't like this self-check-in system as much. Sometimes it makes me nervous. I prefer to check in at a counter with a real person. What about you? Do you prefer the check-in counter or the self-check-in kiosk? I am taking the escalator, the electric stairs. You can also take the elevator, but only if you need it. Maybe if you have big luggage or you're in a wheelchair, but it's exclusive for people who need the elevator. I'm okay with taking the escalator, the electric stairs. We got some lunch before our flight. We were close to international arrivals, but we had to get to international departures because we were departing, not arriving. I got my passport ready and my ticket, and we passed through the security checkpoint where you have to take out anything metal like keys, bracelets, coins, or change. your computer or laptop, your phone, your headphones, and sometimes even your shoes. The queue or line was very long, but once we got through security, we were in. I always love the duty-free stores. They're super expensive, but I like looking through each store while I wait. We walk past Cartier and Starbucks as we make our way to our gate. By following the signs with gate number instructions on them. It was super useful that they put how long of a walk each gate was at. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute. That way, you're not super rushed or in a hurry to get to your gate when you still have lots of time to get there. When it's only a 5-minute walk. And you also know if you need to hurry, if you need to rush to your gate. I usually eat something while I wait at my gate. I wait at my boarding gate. It can be long sometimes, so I usually get some dessert. This one was a sweet bean dessert in Thailand. It was so sweet. I loved it. I'm curious. Have you ever tried one of these little sweet treats? What do you think of them? Before boarding, I always go to the bathroom. I make sure I have my 2 bags, and then we get on the airport shuttle bus. This shuttle drives us to the airplane. Sometimes we take a shuttle to a plane, and sometimes you just go straight through and board the plane. I prefer going straight to the plane, but sometimes you have to take a shuttle. The shuttle took all of the passengers to the plane, and then we waited in line to board. We had to climb stairs to board our plane. We walked through the aisle of the plane, and we put our luggage in the overhead bin right above our seats. Here I am sitting in the aisle seat because I'm right next to the aisle. This is my personal favorite seat because I can get up and go to the bathroom however many times I need. And I use the bathroom a lot. I love a plane with screens to watch movies on. This plane was super empty, so I got a window seat. The aisle seat and the middle seat were both empty, so I chose the window seat. And then we are ready to take off. The plane drives on the runway for a little while, And once it gains enough speed, we take off. And then I'm ready to put on my sleep mask and take a long nap. The best way to spend a flight is sleeping through it. On long flights, they normally give you a pillow and a blanket. And you get to watch movies on the flight. On long flights, I always bring my neck pillow. And I like watching the screen to see how far we have traveled. I also like just looking at the world and learning about different countries that I've never heard of before. During my flights, I like to work on my computer. And during longer flights, I love how they tint out the windows so that even if it's sunny outside, it will seem like it's nighttime. It makes the sun look very pretty. Then the sun rises, and I think it's almost time to land. Finally, I wait my turn to get off the plane. I get my bags down from the overhead bin, and we walk out. There is normally an escalator to get to immigration or passport control. You scan your passport and maybe talk to some immigration officer, and then you're there in the country you want to be in. But if you have a layover, you normally still have to go through passport control, depending on the country. But you just don't leave the airport. You stay. When I have layovers, I usually stop by the food court where I can find pizza, Mexican food, Chinese food, or McDonald's. This time I got an orange smoothie and a croissant sandwich. I eat during my layovers. Then I make my way to my gate again. Now, this gate is to get me to my final destination, not just my layover. I saw these super cool suitcases. You can drive and sit down on them. That way, you don't need to walk. Now, sometimes your next gate is at a different terminal. Maybe you're at Terminal 1 and your next flight leaves at Terminal 4. Maybe Terminal A and you need to get to Terminal F, depending on the airport. So, you need to take the airport train or airport shuttle. So, you look at the signs and you follow them to the airport shuttle. And that takes you to your next terminal. This flight left from Terminal 4. So I took the shuttle from Terminal 1 to Terminal 4. I love walking on the moving walkway or the moving sidewalks. I feel like I'm flying. Here, I looked so tired. I barely got any sleep. So I ordered a juice and I edited for a little while. Then it's time to wait at your gate. You don't want to wait somewhere else because you might miss your flight. Finally, you land at your final destination, whether that's home or a place you want to travel or the home of someone you love. But if you checked a bag, then you need to go get your bag at the luggage carousel. You check your gate and your flight to make sure it's the same as yours, and you wait until you see your luggage pass by. I don't know about you, but I love my airport outfits. They are super cozy. Here's one: a baggy shirt, my high bun, and some very loose if you're ever traveling anywhere and you need to find your passport or your gate number or your terminal. If you're feeling nervous about traveling somewhere and not knowing what to do, use this video to guide you through that unknown vocabulary at airports. Have you ever done something so new and so scary that it completely changed your life? Let me tell you the unforgettable story of my first scuba dive and how it changed the way I see the world. Learn English with slow stories, with subtitles and pictures to guide you along the way. English is easy. You can learn it just by listening. I met a couple of friends in Costa Rica about 2 years ago. They were a French couple. One of them is a tattoo artist, and she travels the world tattooing her art. And the other one is a scuba dive instructor. We got along really well, and I told them in Costa Rica, if you ever come to Mexico, let me know. And about 3 months later, they let me know. They were visiting Mexico, Cozumel, a breathtaking island in the south of Mexico. So I didn't even hesitate. I didn't think twice. I booked my flight and they picked me up at the airport. We saw the stunning lakes in Bacalar, the lagoon of the 7 colors with 7 different shades of blue. We went canoeing and snorkeling. Bacalar was such a beautiful place, and After a couple days there, we began our journey to Cozumel, a stunning island on the coast of Cancun. My friends drove us all the way to Playa del Carmen, where we took the ferry to the island of Cozumel. The first thing to do, of course, was to go snorkeling. We got our snorkeling gear and we drove to the beaches of Cozumel. I brought my mask, my snorkel, and my fins. Well, I didn't bring fins, but my friends lent me some extra fins that they had brought. The corals and marine life were impressive to see. I had never seen anything like that in my life. It was my first time snorkeling, actually. Imagine that. I was about to go scuba diving and I hadn't even gone snorkeling yet. So it was crazy that I got to see one of the most beautiful coral reefs in the whole world for my first time snorkeling. It was unforgettable. I saw fish, corals, octopi, eels, and my personal favorite, sea cucumbers. They're so cute and squishy. The next day, we all got ready to go scuba diving. We read all the precautions and instructions that we had to follow, some important things to know, things that you need to know in case of an emergency. And I can't lie, it was nerve-wracking to read all of the dangers of scuba diving. I was definitely nervous. Nevertheless, we got on the boat and we drove to our diving spot. When you get in the water, you start to sink immediately. And since I had weights on me, it made me sink even faster. We began descending deeper and deeper into the ocean. My ears started to pop right away. So immediately I had to start unplugging my ears. To unplug your ears, you cover your nose and blow, and blow, and blow. If you stop blowing, your ears will start hurting, feeling so much pressure. That to me was the most intense part. So I was blowing every 2 seconds while taking deep breaths, calm breaths, to save your energy and oxygen. But it was such a crazy feeling. I felt weightless underwater, like I was gliding through the water, like I could go up and down and around like an airplane in the sky. I felt like a fish. It was crazy living like a fish, even for just a few moments. Being able to really admire the corals, to scrutinize every little detail, I realized it's a whole other world. It felt like I was visiting another planet with strange creatures, with strange homes. The ocean is definitely filled with alien creatures. It made me happy to follow the stingrays and watch an octopus go into his home, the cuttlefish strolling along the seabed. The boxfish were the cutest thing I have ever seen. I got so excited whenever I would see one. We saw a turtle swimming along the seabed, although it was a little sad seeing her stroll along the lifeless corals. Actually, there were a lot of damaged corals. I was told that it was a reef graveyard, and it looked like a graveyard where it was once vibrant with color and life. It was now colorless and dead. We soared around the reef for about 30 minutes until it was time to return to the surface. We reached the surface and I immediately couldn't shut up. I was bursting with excitement for all of the fish that I saw, and the turtle we saw, and the feeling of being underwater. It was an eye-opening moment. The silence of being underwater with no sounds other than the corals crackling and the fish swimming around their busy lives. Just my breath and nothing else. No way to communicate other than with your hands. It was so surreal. It was a dream come true. A dream that I didn't know I had. After that day, I felt like a brand new person. It felt like I had a new goal and dream to follow. That day, I remember I couldn't stop being excited for my future. It was a real turning point in my life. I made so many significant changes in my life. After that experience, I realized what I wanted to do with my life. An experience that was nerve-wracking in the beginning ended up opening my eyes to an amazing future for me. The next day, I was feeling so inspired. I asked my friend if she could tattoo me. But we had to get back to the mainland in Playa del Carmen for our flight. So we decided she could tattoo me in the car. We set up the tattooing gear. She sanitized everything, and we set off to our drive to Cancun. First, she drew my tattoo with a Sharpie, and then she tattooed it. And all while we took the ferry to the mainland. She wrapped my tattoo in plastic, and they dropped me off at the airport. I got on my flight to Mexico City, and I was picked up by another friend at the airport. That whole trip was such an eye-opening experience that 2 days later, when I got home with my parents, I told them that I always wanted to travel to Thailand and that I was going to buy a ticket in November, 2 days before my birthday. They were shocked and a little bit scared, but they told me to stay safe and have fun. And I did what I knew I always wanted to do, even though sometimes my fear would get the best of me. That trip inspired me to conquer my fear. I booked my flights and my hostel, and I said goodbye to my friends and my family, and I got on my 52-hour flight to Thailand, including layovers, of course. One layover was in Los Angeles, where my cousin picked me up and took me to get donuts and Chinese food. And then I got on my second flight to South Korea. Finally, I took my last flight to Bangkok, Thailand. And the first thing that I did when I arrived was sleep. I slept so well that night, and the next morning I got a massage. I have never needed a massage more than that day. My shoulders and neck were killing me, especially after carrying my backpack around for 52 hours. Anyways, I'll have to make another podcast about my trip to Thailand in a future lesson. But it just goes to show that one moment of stepping out of my comfort zone brought me a kind of joy that I didn't know was even possible. It opened up a whole new world for me. Now, I want to ask you, have you ever had a life-changing or eye-opening experience? A moment when you stepped out of your comfort zone? If not, what is one dream or life goal that you want to try. Something that scares you a little bit but excites you a lot. This is one of my favorite topics. Life goals are so inspiring to hear about and to talk about. And I hope that I was able to inspire someone to step out of their comfort zone as well. You can find every video linked in order in my description, so you can watch your favorite English video from me. If your favorite slow English episode wasn't in this video, then comment down below which one was it. And comment if you're a beginner level, an intermediate level, or an advanced English listening level. See you next time, guys. And remember, don't stop learning. Bye.